To be fair, the motivation for this deck was me seeing Anurag Das, a friend of mine, stream 4-color Miracles with the Snow mana base. So I think it could potentially work. Obviously, it's a little bit greedier to play Snow Basics, which essentially adds like a fake 4th color to play a cantrip artifact and a conditional sweeper. But in that vein, once you do that, I think you're allowed to play back to basics, and I think that's sort of maybe a different approach that Grixis can take, and it might be pretty strong. It might also be terrible, but I'm willing to give it a try. Note, someone else, Lawrence Harmon, suggested the back to basics, so props to him. We're going to give it a go, and, you know, it's just science, right? Alright. Legacy Challenge. No. Legacy League. Yes. Right. Okay. Yep. Here we go. First match of the night. I'm going to stream for probably a while tonight because tomorrow is July 4th and virtually every American worker has it off, including myself. So we're going to go for a while. Might try Mono Red Painter that Caleb D posted after this. Or I might work on this deck some. You know, there's lots of things I want to try still. There's lots of science to be had. Playing against Adventures with Tarmo. I wonder if that means they're playing Tarmogoyf. Alright, right off the bat, I think this hand's a keep. I can go Snow Island Astrolabe, or I could go Snow Swamp Astrolabe. I guess Snow Swamp is slightly better. It's sort of like... my opponent might not know what to think if I go Snow Swamp Astrolabe. Also, no one will ever counter this, I think. My hand's okay. It's not, like, insane, but this is what every hand with, like, Grixis sort of looks like. Delver. Alright. Here, I'm going to actually play Push and play a fetch. Mostly I don't want to get dazed is the real motivation, so. Note, this can get Snow-Covered Mountain, and then my mana problems are basically fixed. Like, I'll have a bunch of snow permanents, which means Dead of Winter should be basically Wrath of God for 3 mana versus Delver. And on top of that, that means my back to basics is probably safe. So I don't know. Everything's sort of working out. So it looks like straight is it, probably. Can I have the pushback? It's kind of annoying. Maybe I wasn't supposed to push the Delver and supposed to just trade my Strix for it. Because now I'm in the very awkward position, do I force this or not? Oh no. Am I supposed to force this? Damn. Guess I will. Sort of disappointing, but... kind of wondering if they'll force back. But yeah, if I force it, I'm definitely pitching the other force. I don't really want to cast multiple forces per game. in what is probably going to be a grindy matchup. Flooding out now. The one thought I had was, could I potentially cut a land from my deck once I'm playing, once I'm playing 20 lands and 4 Astrolabe? Brainstorm? Yes! Alright. Alright, well, that's not great, but I can put the 2 dual lands back at least. Is the chat not working? Chat is working. It's working for me. Any case, I'm going to try to milk another creature out of this. I mean, they're unlikely to do that, but might as well try. So I have 3 snow-covered island, 2 snow-covered swamp, and a snow-covered mountain. They chose to shuffle, that's a good sign. Yo, what's up, Cambo? Gonna get mountain. Yikes. I wish I would draw 1 or a few less lands. Really don't want to cast this yet. I really think I can farm another creature out of it. Maybe not. Alright, that's kind of good. See what they do with this. If they force this, I wonder if I'm supposed to play around days still. Probably am. So, okay. Alternative is to not activate it and leave it on 5. And that forces an attack and a bolt on it and shuts off all of their cantrips. So I think I might do that. Maybe they're flooding out too. Alright. So this was half of my prediction. If I get a bolt out of them, it's kind of nice anyways. Right. Okay. Well, this is kind of nice. Can't we see what's going on here? Okay, so they just had a bunch of bolts. I think now I'm going to go for the Dead of Winter because it's so unlikely their last card is another... Okay, I guess it's a force. Kind of weird that they just didn't force the hymn, but whatever. Alright, so I'm going to need to draw something good, but they're also top decking. It's pretty good. Alright. I think I'm going to draw the Strix and plus on them. That's probably a better average draw than most of the cards in their deck. If they spend time trying to kill my Jace instead of me, I'm sort of happy with that. I bought him Preordain and then he drew a Preordain. Sucks. Note, I still have 4 Snapcasters in my deck for the Dead of Winter. So I can still sort of kill that thing if I want to. They're attacking me. They top both. That's mildly frightening. Alright. So now I basically want to draw Snapcaster or bust, I think. So I'll get Badlands. My mana's basically perfect here. Snapcaster? I have to kill the Arcanist because it's essentially a bolt, and I'm at 5. Sure have a lot of outs to kill me, though. Right, go to 1. So this is an example where the Dead of Winter will be much better than Toxic Deluge if I draw the Snapcaster. 2, 3. Unfortunately, this cannot dig for Snapcaster, so I think I'm going to put these two back, play Ponder, and probably shuffle unless if I find exactly Snapcaster 3 down. The fetch is also dead. Now I have to cantrip into Snapcaster. Now I can hit Snapcaster and land. Christ. It's so many looks. Alright, guess I die. I feel like I played it okay, but maybe not. Is chat just dead? Bueller? Anyone there? Bueller? That was mildly disappointing. I actually don't love Narset versus Delver in general, so I'm going to take it out. Does anyone see anything I could have done differently, really? Kind of feels like I did the best I could. I'm not going to change anything besides this. Just going to kill all their stuff, hymn them. Mr. Tofu, I did not change anything lately. Maybe I can make... how do I make this bigger? Maybe this is better. So now I have to think, am I going to keep this hand? No. Alright, I guess I'm going to keep this one. It's kind of sad. I'm going to put... Okay, well, this is the downside of playing a mana base like this. Now I have to basically decide if I want to get all duels or no duels. Right, I guess I'll put a Vista on the bottom. I didn't realize that was an issue until you mentioned it. Sorry about that. Let's this could get Badlands, this could get Swamp, and then I'll have Island rolled up. Well, hoping, low-key hoping I get to the goal I was hoping for, 2,000 by today. Today's the last stream I'm going to do for a bit. Well, the last stream for fundraising, rather. I'm still going to stream, but I'm okay with them dazing this, I think. It might be good later, but I'm going to fetch for Swamp and hymn them. Pyromancer and a Bolt. I'm basically just happy getting any cardboard out of them. I hope they don't have an Arcanist here. It's fine. Flooding out again. Possible I should have played Volk, because what they can actually do now is waste me off of red currently. Tame the Tilted, thanks for the host. Morphling, the other thing is you get to play a lot of basics, so it makes your back to basics better. So I think it's more of a package. I think the entire package is worth investigating, so that's why I'm doing this, you know. Obviously, it might be awful, like, but I think it's worth sciencing out. I think I'm going to leave those on top. Next turn, I'm going to play Jace and probably... Well, we'll see what happens. So, like, if it's bad, the only thing I lose is time and 100 play points, which is not a big deal, you know? But if it's good, I get to learn something real.
With the American Cancer Society, keep up the good fight.
Korwenko, thank you for the $20 towards the good cause. I appreciate it. Appreciate anyone who's willing to donate. That I'm less sure about. I'm going to plus on myself unless if they force it. I knew the Delta was there and I knew it's bad. So I have 3 Dead of Winter in my deck. I have 3 Snow Permanents, so it can basically kill anything they can muster, except for like Sulfuric Vortex or something like that. I just think Hymn to Tourach is a busted card. Yeah, no problem, Korwenko. It's obviously appreciated. Alright. So, let's see if they have a Bolt here. They may or may not have a Bolt, and if they do, you know, whatever. Kind of hoping to draw Dead of Winter. It would be phenomenal here. Alright. That's fine. I mean, it's like... I guess it cuts me off from another hymn, which is not so good, but whatever. Alright. This is a good sign. If I brainstorm into a Dead of Winter, it will be very good, so... Ask and ye shall receive. Note, I just want to play the Dead of Winter around Spell Pierce, so I'm going to put these 2 on top. If they have Force, so be it. Alright! Step 1. Step 1. I'm feeling good. I really do think this card is much better than like Shaheen and them were saying on Twitter. I don't know if that sounds crazy or whatever. Guess I'll brainstorm with Jace first. That's not looking so good, but this is good. Arcum's Astrolabe, it's from Modern Horizons. It's not a card you put into every draft deck, but when it's good in draft, it's really good. So that's sort of the motivation behind this mana base and this card. Yeah, a Prophetic Prism that costs half as much is actually a pretty powerful effect, I think. Probably going to put these two back, though. I can Ponder first, then Strix. Basically, I want to see if any of these cards are good enough. I'm probably just going to shuffle. So I can play Pyroblast on Delver around a Daze if necessary. Lightning Bolt. Maybe they'll bolt my Strix. Oops. Think you're supposed to just bolt the Jace. Him's not really going to get better than this. Alright, they had a Daze the entire time, so just have to fade a few top decks for Jace to really take over. Alright. So far, my theories have been correct. The snow basics are overperforming. The Dead of Winter has been overperforming. I'm sort of happy about that. On the draw, I might side out 2 hymns for 2 Thoughtseize to try to curve it better, but maybe I'm supposed to just not do that. Back to basics looked kind of crappy, actually. Yo, what's up, Ryan MTG? I don't think I have a Snoopy command. Think I might just play 2 Thoughtseize on the draw instead of the back to basics. But yeah, I'm sort of happy. My theory appears to be somewhat correct. Right, this is pretty good. Gonna get a Snow Swamp, I think. It's nice. Unless if they counter the Astrolabe, like, my mana is basically perfect. Can't believe I still have that command. It's kind of wild. Alright, so plan is Snow-Covered Swamp Astrolabe. I guess you could also make a case for Snow-Covered Island, but if the Astrolabe gets countered, I probably do want to have a Swamp so I can hypothetically curve out. I guess you just don't believe that most people will ever counter this thing. Alright. Alright, so cute trick is, well, I guess, do I want to play him or Strix? That's kind of an interesting question. Feels like I should just play Strix and force them to have a removal spell for it or Daze. Whereas if I just play him, they can just sort of not care. Right, that's fine. That's just traditional Grixis, which has been proven to work, so I don't hate that, obviously. Interesting. What does that mean? That is Arcanist. Alright, that's fine. I think I'm just going to play the Ponder now. If they daze it, I'm okay with that. The daze is going to be good versus me at some point, I think. Really just want to use my mana almost every turn. Probably do want this Brainstorm, but not necessarily the K command because it's not that good here. It's possible my deck is... Yeah, yes, it doesn't do that because it's not allowed to. Oh, that's a good sign. Kind of makes me think they don't have any more one-drop things that are good. I'll lead off with Brainstorm. If they counter it, that's fine. I think I'm going to put the second command back. I'm going to fetch from Mountain in case if they do kill my Astrolabe somehow. Do I need more cantrips? Probably not. Just looking for... That's not it, but... So just say I'm just looking for a hymn, really? Hymn would be good. Thoughtseize would be good. I basically just want to make it so that I can clear the way for this thing. Or just find a removal spell for the Arcanist. Because I think if that happens, I'm in pretty good shape. Alternatively, a play I could make here on my turn is to kill their Delver and return Strix, which might be good. I think I'll just lead off with him like this. Yo, Sam, thanks for the $50 donation to a great cause. Really appreciate it. And I had fun hanging out with you last weekend, obviously. You're always good times. What do you think of this deck, Sam? Right. So now the question is... I was at Pittsburgh. Our team didn't do great. Should I cast the Dead of Winter here, or should I just K command killing that, returning this? I think I'm going to cast the Dead of Winter because even if they daze it, next turn I can just Snapcaster Dead of Winter. Obviously, I'll need to draw a land to Snapcaster Dead of Winter, but I kind of think the window was sort of clear with the hymn right there, but maybe I was wrong. Alright, so they drew... I don't know what they drew. Probably not a cantrip or a bolt, because they would just cast those pre-combat. So, okay. This is a weird time to do it, because now I get to just... Well, I can K-command, or if I draw a land, I guess I'll just K-command. Yeah, I do not believe they drew a spell. It's like basically impossible for that to be the case. I think I'm going to bring back my Strix and kill their Delver. Whoops. Card that they could hypothetically have in their hand is Pyroblast. It's not unreasonable. But... Alright. So, I've been asked a lot of questions when I'm playing this card over Deluge. I actually think the fact that Deluge costs you life in a lot of spots is actually sort of problematic. Oh. Are they going to bolt that, attack me, bolt me? I guess I would be okay with that. And then that means their last card is not a spell, because the game just doesn't make sense then. Anyways, the life thing is what makes me want to play Dead of Winter over Deluge. So... Yes! Yes! Alright. They cannot counterspell this for one card. Alright. Pretty far ahead now, I think. Obviously, I could still lose, but... I can just untap and reb that, so... I also might just not reb it, depending if this sticks. That's nice, too. This can get another snow island. You still want to play some number of non-basics. I'm going to snap off the Reb. If I just cover all of their top decks like this, I don't think it's that easy for them to win. Right. So I have nothing good in hand. So I'm probably going to just start chaining snap K commands to put them out of their misery, I think is the answer. Obviously, there's a little bit of risk involved in this, because if they ever draw 2 bolts in a row, I would die. But they've used 1 bolt. Okay, nice. I got a preordain, so let's see. How do I finish the game the quickest? I guess I can lead off with Strix, then snap Reb, or maybe I'm supposed to just leave up snap Reb. Then I'm just going to attack with these. Note, this can only get Thoughtseize or Volk left. Alright. Guess that's a thing. Alright, that should probably do it. I'm gonna just plus on them for basically forever. I don't need more cards. I also have no forces in my deck. Note, even if they stick a true name this turn, it's... So I bottomed and then they cracked their fetched? Interesting. Interesting. That actually is pretty interesting that they would crack the fetch after I bottomed their card. Choose not to shuffle. It's probably a true name. Okay, it's fine. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I guess I have to Snapcaster dead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Brainstorm into bottom both with Preordain is sensible. Did I leave him back to basics? It did. So it'd be pretty good here. Block out 3 of their Volks. The top one and bottom one. Interesting. Guess I'll lead off by hemming them. Do I just plus on them forever? I guess I do, at least this time. Alright. So I'm going to just snap K command them. Oh, I'll just K command returning the snap draw step. Basically just want to make sure I don't like die to some weird corner case. Because the Jace should kill them. Especially with a bunch of K commands upcoming, right? Doesn't really matter what I do. 8. I don't think I'm even gonna bother with it. They might also just play their land. Okay, or we just beat them with our Jace. That was fun. Well, now they have. Alright, so we're 1-0 with Snow Grixis. I mean, that is a matchup where Dead of Winter is going to look good, right? Like, Izzet Delver is basically the canonical, oh, I can get a bunch of snow basics, I can play Astrolabe, I can just play Dead of Winter, and then our opponent loses, which is pretty nice. For what it's worth, who was it? I think Caleb D had not this card, but Ichor Wellspring plus Goblin Engineer in Painter, and I think that's also pretty smart. That's the other deck I'm interested in. Jack beat me on Monday. Jack was playing Steel Stompy. This hand's actually pretty good for Steel Stompy, so... I just think the Grixis deck is actually pretty good for Chalcedon. Oh, also 61 cards, huh? Oh, maybe Elves. Maybe Elves. Okay, if it's Elves, I get to do basically whatever I want. Alright, it is Elves. That's a good pickup. Here I'm just going to get Badlands because Elves normally does not attack your mana base. Just going to cast a bunch of 2-for-1s. Astrolabe looking good. The old Island Badlands Astrolabe mana base casting him. This has to be a good matchup for Grixis, I feel. If this is not a good matchup, I don't really understand. My deck is probably just bad then, if this is not a good matchup. Just gonna let that go. I think I can recoup all of the cards that they get ahead on by either drawing Dead of Winter or... So, interesting decision is if I'm supposed to cast Brainstorm this turn, or if I'm supposed to just hymn them. I think I'm going to... The other play I could actually make is cast Astrolabe, then cast Brainstorm, which might be even better. So I'm actually going to do that. Alright, that's a good pickup, like a really good pickup. Now I have to decide how I want to play this. I'm probably not going to need the second hymn, right? So perhaps the best line of play is to put both hymns on top, play a fetch. Like, I think the snap is better than hymn as well. I kind of want to draw one of the hymns, but not both. So, I'll do that. Obviously, I could change my mind as well if they make it so I don't have time to cast him to Tourach, I suppose. I guess we'll see what happens this turn, is the reality of it. How about now, Sam? Like, hypothetically, casting him plus push is actually a pretty good play. Like, it uses my mana effectively. I don't think I want the other hymn. That's why I stacked both of the hymns on top, so I had the option of drawing exactly one. And I think this is good, right? Like, this seems to make a lot of sense to me. Two natural orders. That makes sense. I could also push the ooze when they go to fetch, which I might actually do. But actually, I probably should just save the push for post Dead of Winter, right? And just take a bunch of damage. As long, like, they're not going to kill me, I think. I'm going to force that Pitching Force. I think saving the push is correct. I should just take, like, 5, 6, 7 damage, right? They'll eat 2 creatures. Virtual Rangers? Oh, no, they can only eat 1 creature. Right. This works out very well, I think. I'm not going to draw the other hymn. I think that's just way too greedy. Alright. So yeah, this Snows Ablaze is going to get my opponent really good, I think. I actually am contemplating if I'm supposed to just get another snow-covered land in case if I ever need to, like, make a bigger Snows Ablaze. Plus, my mana situation is basically covered by double Astrolabe. So I think I should actually get another snow-covered land, and it should be Snow-Covered Island. I guess that's, like, kind of a weird, convoluted thing, but, like, I guess it's not that convoluted. Alright. This is pretty good. Snows Ablaze. Do they eat their Birch Lore, or do they eat, like, my Brainstorm? Probably my Brainstorm, right? This is game 1. I only have 1 Snows Ablaze in my main deck. Obviously phenomenal right here, but I have 2 more in my board. I have 1 Dead of Winter in my main and 2 more in my board. Alright, just looking for Narset or Jace, really. Am I supposed to push this? Don't think so. Is it on Cardboard Alive? What the hell? Let me see what the deck list looks like. Oh, it's at the bottom. Sorry, I was contemplating what to do. Do I push this? No, I don't. Just gonna take 1. Looking for a higher value target than a Birch Lore Rangers for my Fatal Push. Plus the chip damage doesn't really matter. That's a marginally higher value target, so we'll kill that. The advantage I see is you get to play a lot more basic lands, and Dead of Winter is... So, if you get to play more basic lands, you're allowed to play back to basics in your Grixis deck, which I don't think you're normally allowed to do so. This is pretty good. And Arcum's Astrolabe actually fixes all of the mana problems that Grixis has. If that also makes sense. I don't think my opponent can beat Bolt, Snap, Bolt by this point in the game. Fair enough, Sullivan. I only have 6 snow basics, but I think once you have Astrolabe, you don't need, like, an infinite amount. That's pretty good, too. Doesn't really matter what I do anymore. I think my opponent has lost the game, pretty much, which is kind of nice. Note, I have, like, basically infinite basic lands. I only have 6 actual basics, but I have 3 Prismatic Vista and a bunch of, like, Tarns and Deltas and Mires. So, like, the effective number of snow basics is actually much higher. I like the fact that Dead of Winter doesn't cost you life. I think the life aspect from Deluge is actually a big deal. Plus, if this one gets countered, you're not down a bunch of life, essentially. I think those are both, like, critical selling points. In my opinion, rather. I'll just Brainstorm. May block. Alright. Since they didn't block, I guess I'll just Snap Bolt the Dried Arbor. And I don't think they can really do anything. How many Flame Tongue Kabus does it take to kill elves? Alright. Well, the answer is apparently that many. Gonna set out back to basics. I don't think it's actually good versus them. What else don't I like versus them? I think I can cut these Narsets. Narset is good versus Visionary and Glimpse, but it's bad versus all of their creatures, so I think I'm just gonna cut them. I sort of like him. Liliana's Triumph is okay. The reason I like him is it punishes them for trying to play around sweepers, so I might just play another him. Maybe cut one Baleful Strix. It's honestly not that great. Interesting decisions. Not sure. Ooh, hand's phenomenal. So would like to note that Astrolabe means I get to play around Choke really nicely, which is really big upside. I mean, like, obviously it's not... That was a good draw, too. But I'm going to lead with Thoughtseize. Interesting. Yep, agree. Also, True Name Nemesis is a big problem for Grixis at points, so that's why I think Dead of Winter is also good. Interesting. Guess I'll take Glimpse of Nature. In case if they draw a creature, like, the thing is, I don't care about those other cards, really. I can Thoughtseize the Natural Order next turn. Well, so one thing you should note, I don't play Edict in my main deck, which makes me softer to Merit Lage and True Name, but Dead of Winter sort of offsets that, right? Always Zenith for Visionary is my guess. Then I'll Thoughtseize them and probably bolt the Dryad Arbor, but we'll see what actually happens. Note, it's still really nice that I can get all basics, in my opinion. Turbo's a lot more popular nowadays, Sullivan, so let's see. This wants to get Mountain, I think. I guess I can lead with Thoughtseize before deciding which land to play. So their hand is, so they have 1, 2, 3, 4. If they play a land, that'll be 5. Yep, happy almost 4th. This is my last day of trying to fundraise for American Cancer Society. Remember, Twitch subs also go to it, and bits also go to it. A bunch of people have donated directly through their workplace, which I also appreciate. I think I'm going to save the Bolt for post Dead of Winter again. I expect them to play another Visionary next turn at least. I mean, I showed them a bunch of Hymn to Tourach, so it would shock me if they didn't. So hypothetically, they could go tap these 2 for Visionary and see what they draw. Really hope it's not Symbiote. That's awkward. So if I bolt the Visionary, I guess I'll see what they get. Maybe they sighted out a hoof. Alright. So they did sight out a hoof, and this actually often happens to them in post-board games. I shouldn't have actually fetched first. I should have just let them resolve their thing and see what happened. Alright, but I am going to play Infest. Like, they get the Visionary back, but their mana base is actually decimated. So that might be good enough for me. Alright, well, they had another land. Not surprising, but... So they have possibly Gaddock Teague. Guess I'll play Visionary first. Or, sorry, this is basically Elvish Visionary, but I'm going to play it first and kill that. And just play this and say go. Basically, if I just kill all their stuff and keep their Cradle offline, I think I'm in really good shape. That's like a ridiculously good draw, actually. Interesting. So their hand must be not very good, actually. Note, I killed both of their Dryad Arbors, so They can't really like get me with that either. I think I'm gonna Snapcaster Thoughtseize now just to get an idea of what's going on. Interesting. So they're 2 mana away from Archon, so I can just take the Glimpse and snap Thoughtseize. Guess I'll fetch twice and snap Thoughtseize the Archon. Actually, do I have to? What if I don't? I guess I'm not actually going to snap Thoughtseize the Archon yet. Has Trample? Alright. Now I can on my turn. If I want to. I guess I probably do want to. You could do that. That's why, like, I think the Astrolabe engine allows you to do that, which is kind of potent. Yeah. So this is a 3-turn clock. Hoof attacks only for 6 right now, if it somehow got into play. So 2-0 so far. I think Elves is probably a great matchup, the way the deck is constructed. My deck is really, really hostile to small creatures. Yo, what's up? Well Wisher 3. Hope you're having a good July 3rd. By the way, all donations and subs and bits going towards the ACS. Hope to hit my goal by the end of the stream tonight, but I'm pretty happy with where I am so far, but I am a completionist. We're 2-0 with Snow, Grixis Control, and Legacy. I think the major payoffs are playing this and this. And the Astrolabe plus Snowland engine lets you cast all of your spells. Yeah, I would not want to play On Thin Ice in a format that has Ghost Quarter in it. Or like some maniac with Sinkhole. VDW. Alright. I think they're probably on a mid-range blue deck, so I'm going to keep. This is like obviously a little bit loose, but I think it's fine. Good pickup. Oh yeah, Flicker Wisp. The land is a blowout. Yeah, you don't really want to do that. Tower Life. Do I care? Just gonna play Strix. Um, do I think they have dual lands in their deck? Or do I think they have Wasteland? I don't think so. I'm not going to play around Wasteland right now. Can't really afford to do so. I don't have an Astrolabe, so I do need to be cognizant of how my lands line up. I think I'm going to force pitching Jace, actually. Sucks. One advantage of this is that if I draw another land, I can probably play Jace safely because I've eaten 2 dazes from them. That was good too. Obviously, I wouldn't have done that if I had not had drawn... Sorry. So my opponent knows I top deck Baleful Strix. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to force of will their days. Right? Like, it's actually just completely irrational. That's fine. Right, give me a land, deck. Land. Really hope I don't die to this Tarmogoyf, but it's hypothetically possible right now. Don't worry, I have a plan. The plan is to EOT K command, make them discard return Strix. Alright, new plan. K command that, get back Strix. I'm gonna get another island, I think. Alright. Land is still good, I think. They've used 3 dazes. It's less good. I might be dead if they have another Abrupt Decay. Oh, shoot. Fuck. I'm supposed to tap those 2. That was really bad. I tapped those 2, then tap Island to play Astrolabe. That was horrible. Alright. I hope I don't get punished for it. Okay. Looks like I'm getting punished. Actually, should probably do this first. Submerge would not be the worst, but Edict would have been good this game as well, so... Your shadow deck, huh? Interesting. Good to know. Dead to anything, really, so I'm not going to worry about it. God, this Jace would have been so good for so long. What's our out? I need to Brainstorm. Need to draw a Brainstorm. Draw a Snowland and an Astrolabe and a Dead of Winter. Glad you asked, though. Alright, dead instead. But if I had drawn Snowland, Astrolabe, Dead of Winter, I could hypothetically kill everything because I would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th from Astrolabe, 6th from Snowland to give everything -6/-6. Obviously, that was a very low probability event, but I'm not going to worry about it. Kind of wondering if I want to B2B them or side in more Dead of Winters. I think I'll have more Dead of Winters in instead of B2Bing them. Note, they showed me a Volk. I think that implies Renin 6. I think this is actually a keep. I love Pyroblast. Nah, I don't think so. One of the problems is I don't think B2B is a reliable plan versus the Abrupt Decay decks. Fire and Forget, yeah. Also, Dead of Winter is going to kill my Arcanist a lot as well, because my plan is to mostly fetch up basics. Right. They know about these 4, so I'm going to play cards from this side. This is why I like him versus Delver as Grixis sometimes. They try to do this stuff where they play the game really slow. Alright, so I can get their Delta back. Knowing that it's at 4. And knowing that I'm drawing lands. Don't think bolting the Ren down to 1 does much, really. Might lose to Flood, but that's okay. I did mess up last game where I was supposed to tap differently on that turn. -7. Alright. This sucks. My first list of the Grixis deck had a Magmatic Sinkhole, which would have been a nice answer to Renin 6 in these scenarios, but I chose not to play it overall. But Sinkhole also kills Angler, so I don't know. I mean, really, I have more issues this game, mostly because my hand contains a lot of lands. Alright, so they know their top card is a spell, which is why they didn't return. This sucks. Probably have to kill one of these now. They're gonna flip a spell to their Delver anyways. Oh, so they just didn't crack Delta on their last turn and return it with the Ren? Interesting. Note, a lot of the games in Legacy, you can just look at who's cast more cantrips and determine who's far ahead. Our opponent currently has us outgunned 3-0. Alright. Problem is, this is bad versus Renin 6 here. Need to keep the emblem off, I think. So... Also, if they flip, I die, but that's okay. I think I'm going to have to go for the greedy play of... Get Snap and deal 2 to Renin 6. And hope they don't flip to their Delver. Obviously, if they do, I lose, but playing scared doesn't do anything except cause me to lose later. Stupid. Fuck. What were the cantrips? Oh well. So will be. I guess I had Astrolabe as a fake cantrip, but that's not a true cantrip. That's fine though. Ren is a nice card. Certainly shames Tybalt to death, the previous 2-mana Planeswalker. Ooh, Stefan. Right, this is a nice hand. It's a lot better than the previous hand I had that last match. We're on match number 4 of Grixis with snow theme. I'm gonna lead with Underground Sea Thoughtseize probably. Alright. So it appears my opponent is Esper Miracles. I think I'm gonna take Ponder. I think Ponder is better than Brainstorm given the context of their hand. I think I'll just play a Strix this turn, and the next turn probably play Brainstorm. This might end up being good to Stone Rain their Tundra. We'll see what happens. Obviously, it's a little bit awkward that it kills my Underground Sea, but I think that works out a little bit better for me than it does for them. First, I'll attack. I think I'm going to shove B2B. Because I think trading my one land for their Tundra is actually good. Alright. Huh, nice. So this obviously looks very good for me. And I don't need the second B2B probably. I'm going to play a land first and cast Brainstorm. So it looks like I'm Snow UB. I guess they don't really know I have snow lands in my deck, but currently. Nice. This can get Swamp for him to Tourach. Probably getting Terminus here, but that's fine. I'm not really losing anything. They might force it, but that's also okay. Right. They lost 2 snaps. Huh, okay. So they don't have a Terminus on top. Obviously, like, they did, they would have done something else. Guess I'll just let that go. I don't really care, honestly. Nice. I probably got their only dual land in their deck with this back to basics, which is kind of funny if you think about it. I'm gonna bolt them. And I know they have a 3 on top. So this is now uncounterable, really, so... Oh, slightly forgot that they could do that, but that's okay. Think as long as they don't peel Terminus, this is fine. Now if they peel Terminus, it would be kind of Justice, but or Supreme Verdict. Sort of forgot about the Spellbomb somehow. Oh well. I'll just be more careful about that next game. Question is, do I want to leave in Bolt for Mentor? I feel like the answer is no, but you could definitely make a case for it. I think I can side out one Astrolabe, mostly because I don't expect my mana to be messed with too much. I'm taking out my Dead of Winter, so it's less necessary to have all this. Also, note, the back to basics implies that they don't have red, so I'm not going to side in Hydroblast. I think I'm going to go with this configuration. Good enough. Also, in these blue mirrors, I hate mulliganing. It's so likely that you're going to need all of your cards. I am. Think the forces are better for me than for them. There's also the idea that I think it's sometimes nice to dictate who gets to have the Jace, and it is worth 2 cards to do so sometimes. They did not shuffle with their portent. Alright. So I can get Island with this, Swamp with that. See what they do. Nice. Okay. Thoughtseize was going to trade with my Brainstorm no matter what. Guess I don't want to give them the option of spell piercing my Astrolabe for no reason, really, so just play the Astrolabe. That's good. Also, again, to reiterate, the Astrolabe means I don't really have to worry about my colors. It means I can like fetch basics pretty aggressively. That's pretty good. Okay, command does not look great. The C does not look great. We're 2-1. I lost to 4-color Delver last round. I beat Jack Kendall. He was playing Elves, and I beat Blue-Red Delver round 1. Do I only have 2 Deltas in my deck? That's probably a deck building error. Might have been half asleep when I was building the deck, really. I want to keep one of these lands. I guess I'll keep the C. Alright. Dovin's Veto. Okay. Guess now that they've shown a non-basic... So I'm deciding the replacement value of... Basically, the question is, do I get a red source that could die to thingy? I guess I do. I'm just going to start plussing Jace on myself, I think. Brainstorming into Narset is maniacal as hell. I have Thoughtseize for Dovin's Veto, which is kind of nice. That's less than ideal. I could have kept a K command this game. K command would be pretty good here, so maybe that was the punt. Interesting. I guess I lead on Thoughtseize. Kaya. I'm gonna take the Snapcaster. This card is really, really slow, but... see if I hit a blast. It's pretty good. It's just a 1/1 body to try to go after Narset, which is why I'm keeping it. Cute. They're targeting me. I feel like I would target myself because I still have Narset. But they also knew I left my card on top. So this is really, really, really peculiar, I think. I don't actually understand that. It's good too. Gonna take their Dovin's Veto. Almost, if they cast the Veto, that's fine. It's kind of weird. I think you're supposed to cast the Veto, because then you just give me the option of taking the Kaya if I want to. Right. Didn't really matter. They didn't have a good option. They might crack the Spellbomb looking for a Snapcaster or another Veto. I guess Snapcaster wouldn't do it. Oh, no, it would. They could Snapcaster Fluster still, so they might do that. I think they're probably supposed to. Just because this is such a backbreaking K command. Interesting. Guess I'll put... these two on top, play a land, say go. Don't really want to shuffle, I just want to have backup just in case something goes awry. Awry. Arcum's Astrolabe. I like the art on this card, actually. Alright, they're plusing on themselves, which I think is correct. Because they know what they need. They don't know what I put on top, obviously. I guess lead on this. Then I'll brainstorm with Jace. It's pretty good too. But I think I'll shuffle with Plunder first. Discard spell would be pretty good as well. Interesting. Do I care about that? Guess not really. You got it. I'm 2-1 so far, Puncher's Chance P. I lost to 4-color Delver last round. Okay. Guess I got. Sort of. It's not that bad for me. I mean, I guess my Narset dies. Their last card is Kaya. Oh. Interesting. I think I'm gonna just shuffle that. Those are not good enough. That's pretty good though. Yeah, it was probably one of my best draws. I'm gonna block the snap. An 18 for 1 is probably about right. Alright. We'll lead with him. Okay. Ponder to... Oh, I guess I don't want to shuffle if that's one of the cards. Oh, whoops. Can't undo, but I should have actually stacked the Vista under the snap. I've snap red for a potential blue card. Right. 3-1 so far. Played against 3 opponents I at least recognize, so it's a good showing for the deck so far. Always shout out to fundraising for American Cancer Society. This is my last stream fundraising for them. Note, Twitch Prime subs go to it for this month, as do bits and literal donations. Also, if you donate directly through the ACS website, that would be awesome too. Some workplaces have a match on that, so that would just be sweet. So, anyways, match 5. Ooh, if this is depths, well, my hand's actually okay versus depths, but my configuration's not so good versus them. I think I don't have any main deck edicts, so it's a little bit tougher, but. I built it off of theory, Puncher's Chance P. Sort of. I mean, I just modified Grixis control decks to merge the Snow Engine into them. It's not rocket science. I mean, I think you could do it. Rebase. Also, back to basics rebase is another reason. Once you put a bunch of snow lands in your deck, that's like a bunch of basic lands. So. In any case, I've been pretty happy with the deck so far. Might try it for one more league. Actually, Lawrence, I don't know if Lawrence is here, but the Delicious Waffles, aka Lawrence Harmon, pointed out that this card would be good in the deck. So, it's good to, good to understand these things, rather, is what I was about to say. This is a matchup where Submerge would be better than Edict as well. Well, actually, maybe not. Sylvan Safekeeper beats both, so I don't know. Narset. Interesting. Interesting. It is actually interesting you would go for the Narset there. Well, that's a reasonable draw. I'm going to cycle one of my Astrolabes. I want to keep the fetch in case if I draw... Ooh, that was a good draw too, if they are actually depths. I mean, Negator's normally depths, so that's pretty likely. Oh no, I also just recognized the username. Seeker. This card sucks in the matchup. Yo, Lawrence, I took your suggestion. Honestly, the deck has felt pretty good so far, Lawrence. I don't know if that surprises you or not. Kind of not thrilled about that. Probably gonna lose now. It's kind of sad. I need to draw Jace next turn. Well, I can deal 20 damage to Merit Wage and still die. So... Six. Let's see. Is my top card Jace? I was dead anyways. Actually, I don't want this card. No, I think fouling the diamond's not great, but obviously it didn't work there. Not going to worry about it, though. You can cut 2 Astrolabes, actually. Funnily enough. I think this is a matchup where you can actually... Again, your mana's not under attack, so... I think you can shave 2 Astrolabes. That's a yikes. This is fine. I think I'm going to put... what should I bottom? Probably... I'm going to bottom the push. I hate mulliganing versus decks that have discard, but my first hand was literally not capable, so... I might cast Brainstorm in response to a discard spell here. I'm gonna get Underground Sea. Yo, AO Strander, I believe I know you are. Thanks for the $10 donation towards the ACS. Gonna cast Brainstorm here, though. I think... Whoa, I mean, all my cards are pretty valuable. Guess I'll let them decide what they want to do. Actually, I think my best card is Hymn to Tourach, so I'll put the Hymn on top then. They're probably going to take Snapcaster. I figured as much. I didn't want to blow up your spot unless if you wanted to go public. Alright, that's interesting. Gonna get Swamp. Obviously I have no red, but I could very easily have red if I wanted to. That's not what I want. I wanted to get their real cards. Not thrilled about that. Come on, something good. What's up, Nicholas? We're 3-1. I'm down a game versus Depths. I might try this deck again, though. Felt pretty good so far. Might change a few things, but... I lost to 4-color Delver, but I think this matchup kind of sucks based on deck construction. I punked out Stefan OGS by getting their 1 Tundra. Plus your Storm. Alright, it's fine. I'm not sure. I saw a Delver, a Tarmogoyf, a True Name, and an Abrupt Decay. I think that makes sense. If their hand's like Hex Mage Depths, this definitely makes sense, right? Hard Brainstorm for the opponent. Brainstorm's a hard card to play with, though. For those of you who are interested, the deck list is on Cardboard Live, and I've rented the cards from Mana Traders. It sucks. Obviously, that's a pretty good Thoughtseize for them. That's great. That's kind of funny, actually. Just some friendly banter. Yeah, it's Tom Hep. If they were hiding the stage or the depths, I'm gonna be really sad, obviously. That's a good one. So you get stage here, crack and play depths. Then any mana source implies Merit Age. So I need to top deck. Oh gosh, that's good. That buys me time at least. I took out my Narsets. I left in the Jaces. Does that answer the question? I took out 2 Astrolabes because I don't think my mana base is under attack. I don't know if that makes sense. I left in K Command because I think it's just good versus them. I need to kill them ASAP, so just trying to so draw step, I can K command them with the other K command that I know about, which is pretty good here. It like that actually cuts off a significant number of outs. If they play with Ancient Tomb, which I don't think they do, it's just really good. This is just so disgusting. If I draw another land, they're actually like... Right. Better lucky than good. Yeah, I basically just wanted to fade a mana source, so K commanding them into Oblivion is obviously the correct play, because even if they draw the land, I just get to nab it, draw step. Guess I'll leave this alone. Alright, on to round 5, game 3. Nah, I decided not to Narset. This hand's pretty good, not gonna mulligan, obviously. Can fetch for Snow Swamp off of this. If it gets stifled, so be it. Not playing around it. Just think my other cards are better, Nicholas. That's why I didn't do that. I guess you could make a case for the lightning bolt or whatever, but kind of lightning bolt or fatal push. But I think those are good because they decide to play a naked hex mage. But maybe that is the card that should have gone. I don't know. Oh, I can remove that stop now. Naked hex mage, a fallen legend, something like that. Exactly. It's nice to curve cantrip into him still, but it's possible I should just have Narset in my deck instead. Right. That's kind of the idea. So they know about these. They don't know about that, so... They could have rotate for stage. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to shuffle. And they might not go for it. The Brainstorm gives me a lot more looks. Okay. It's fine. Gonna Brainstorm. It's good. I'm gonna actually Thoughtseize them before doing almost anything else. I think I'm actually gonna put back the back to basics. I don't think that's where this game is headed. I can put it on top and still have the option to redraw it if necessary, but I think I'm just going to initiate and see what's actually going on. Yep. But I think I actually do want to crack a fetch, Nicholas, because I don't want to redraw the back to basics, right? I only have to crack one fetch though, which is sort of nice. Don't think the B2B is going to be good, so I'm not going to bother. Obviously, I could be dead, but I think taking some risks now is actually okay. Sort of hoping they don't have Decay or Sejuri Step or Rotate or anything. Obviously, if they do, it sucks, but... It's not ideal. Sucks. Alright. I guess I'll see if they boarded it out. Sucks. I could have played around that, but it costs me so much to do so. And note, if I don't play the Strix, my hand is still vulnerable to that. Right? Like, I think that's just sort of a losing battle if I just wait. Alright. Yo, it's our hat. It's been a while, man. I think Pillage for the Dark Depths would not have worked out very well, frankly speaking. I guess if I had Pillage for the Dark Depths before they had Thespian Stage, it would have been good, but they had crop rotation almost the entire time. Hat. Also, for those of you not in the know, that's an old meme, so... is there anything I want to change? Maybe I can shave one Astrolabe. You're right. What's another high-impact card I want? Could have had Recoil. Recoil loses to rotation for... thing. I'm not thrilled about Liliana. I think that card has gotten progressively worse and worse. But... let's see... Alright, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, but I'll take suggestions from the chat. I'll look at them and decide to add one of them to my sideboard. Alright. Gurmag Angler. I guess that would be okay. I just don't think you actually need the clock, but... I think Narset is nice, Garf. I like Snapcaster so much, you could not make me cut one. Add Morphling. I'm probably going to reject that idea. I'm going to reject that almost outright. Could play another Blast of sorts. Blasts are really good. Thing is, the reason I don't like Liliana in this deck is Dead of Winter is almost the same thing. Plague Engineer and Dead of Winter don't play well together. Is a real problem. I don't know if that's like a deal breaker, but kind of don't want to do that given how my deck functions currently. I don't know. It's kind of a weird decision. Sinkhole I had in the first sketch of this deck. I don't know if I want it still or not. Yeah, but I think Dead of Winter... I don't know. Would it be nice if there was a snow creature I could play that would be good, but I don't want to add another color. And most of the other snow creatures I don't think are that good. I guess I could check. Snow creature. None from this set are any good. Whoa, what did I click on? I accidentally cut something. I'm not sure what. Ice Fang Colado is probably the best one. Blizzard Spectre. Orin Viper is one of my favorite cards, but not here. I don't think I was playing 3 commands before, but you know what? You all can check the deck list on Cardboard Live to figure out what I accidentally cut. Hashtag sponsored. But let's actually look. What did I cut? Push. Two Narset, 2 Jace. Oh, I accidentally cut Dead of Winter. That's what it was. Alright, let's keep going. Dark Depths makes... Oh no, the token's not a snow creature. What the hell? I typed snow creature and... Oh, because it says snow in the type and creature in the text box, that it showed up in my search for snow creature. Huh. Alright, well... Most of these cards were playable and limited and not very good otherwise. Oh man, this one was the beating in Cold Snap. Runbound Dead is a nice one. R-Hat, I knew you would remember. Win with Merit, Aegis Slumber. I don't think I'm gonna do that. I think that card is just so bad. Garza's Assassin. Oh man, I also remember people playing that one. Alright, so serious question, what do people think I should put in my last sideboard slot? Probably just another Edict. Alright, I'm gonna play another Edict. Feels like my deck could use another Edict anyways. So I'll cut the 4th Astrolabe from the deck list. Go request the trade. Wait, do I have everything? Wait, why does it say I own everything? Do I actually own everything, or is it just confused? I don't like Rise Fall. Yeah, but the green star means... I don't know what it means. It's so weird. Alright, I'm going to get the Triumph. Click, use versions in collection. That card's not in my collection, so it's just lying to me. Alright. Does it mean that? I don't think it does. I think it's... I clicked show version separately and it's not showing it. Don't think it's actually correct here. But that's okay. I think this is just a weird moto bug. I'm not going to worry about it. Anyways, we're going to play another league with this. By the way, today's my last day of fundraising. Hope you can contribute whatever you can. Twitch Prime subs work. Bits work. You know. Whatever you can contribute would be great. And if you can't contribute anything, that's fine. Appreciate you hanging out, watching me play some Legacy with Snow Grixis. Snixis for short. Yeah, normally the green thing does mean that. It is unfair. Just not this time, I think. Which is weird and something. Did the CBL decklist update on the left-hand side? Let me know. And then we'll go to our second league with Snixis. After Snixis, I think I'm going to try Mono Red Painter that Caleb was streaming. Should be a good time. Yeah, I think Mono Red Painter seems pretty good. Although Caleb's version did not have any Blood Moons. Right now it is post-London, for what it's worth. Meta for lands. Strikes me as not very good. I think the deck has sort of aged poorly in general. But the problem is I think Renin 6 is not actually very good in the deck. Could be wrong, but I guess I'll unhappily keep. This is not the best hand, but well, I don't recommend selling the Tabernacle because I think it has nowhere... Like, that card doesn't really go down, ever. So, that slight pause during their draw step actually makes me think they're Miracle. Maybe that's a bad read, but... In which case, I actually played the wrong land first, but whatever. Just not to shuffle. All right. Thank you. Kind of hoping I can just railroad them into a situation where I get to B2B them. Well, are these fancy? These are just shards of Alara. Oh, handpicked. Fair. Well, not everyone drafts on Magic Online. It is unfair. Alright, so this is in fact Miracles, and it looks like sort of an older version. I think this card has fallen out of favor because of Narset. Could be wrong. Like, I know even Onrog does not play this card anymore, really. Makes me a little bit unhappy. Force of Will is a good one. It's a good pickup for them. They do have to discard, though. Actually, maybe they should have just left it at 5 and not used it? So I get to double Thoughtseize this turn. Playing around B2B and I have no red cards in my hand, so I think this is fine. That worked out pretty well for me, actually. So what the hell is their hand? Oh my god, why? Alright, that's also okay. Okay, you can go. You can go. Hey, what's up, Ved? Hope you're having a good one. We haven't talked for a bit, but I've just been slammed as hell. I think Ved hates Snow Basics or the Shards Basics, I'm not sure. Everyone's busy. Alright, I'll get Volcanic. Pretty good. Expect them to Terminus this turn. So expect those to go on top. Next turn I can play 1 Strix. I guess I don't know what I'll do yet. It depends on what actually happens. But I expect them to Terminus my 2 creatures. And I expect the other card on top of their decks is also a Terminus. I'll try not to lose to Mentor, but... First off, there's not a guarantee my opponent even has Mentor in their deck. Second off, birds. Bird, bird, bird. Okay. Pretty good. Yep, I agree. I'm not going to play another Strix because I expect their top card to be Terminus. Because they're predicting away the Terminus. But yeah, I basically need to find a real card at some point. Okay, so they predicted away Terminus. I can snap Brainstorm at their end step to try to set up some action, I suppose. Did they play the Tundra I knew about? Right. Anyways, I am going to play Snapcaster now. It's fine. It's good too. I'm just trying to chip shot them, but I also need to like present a fast enough clock that they just don't bury me in predicts and like planeswalkers at some point. They have used 2 Terminus so far. Okay. I don't really care about that. I guess it's okay to Stone Rain myself once. They've used 2 Terminus. I don't really expect them to have that many more sweepers. This is the least important land in my deck. Alright, that can go. That can stay. Yeah, I just have a ton of basics, and the Astrolabe is sort of a basic land, so I'm not really worried about it. I don't think I'm going to play the Jace yet. It seems too aggressive to me to do that. Actually, now I'll play the Jace, I guess. Now they can't snap Counterspell, so I feel more comfortable doing it. Alright. I'm just gonna say go. Brainstorm will be so much better next turn that it's fine. Will they pitch Fluster? Alright. And they have 1 card in their hand, so I'm doing pretty well. It's pretty good. Guess I can force the action on their upkeep. Okay. He probably just drew Terminus. Probably going to want to play that land no matter what now, because it's my last basic. No, like, because of the Snow Engine, I get to play so many more basics and not really have mana problems, which is super, super nice. This is why Honorog always plays with Miracle Bluffing. And, like, that's technically correct. I just find it minorly painful to do so. Right. Now we can cast Brainstorm. Don't really want this back to basics. That's good. I think they're just mostly dead no matter what I do now. I'll attack, him them, and then Bolt, Snap, Bolt. I could have not done that, but I think just ending the game is better. Because I think they would assume they have him to Tourach anyways, right? Right, back to basics can go. The real interesting question is, will my opponent leave in back to basics? I can shave another, that, I can shave that. I don't know, I think there's a small chance my opponent just leaves in. Oh, this is also not very good. Yo, Shrouto, thanks. I showed them 6 basic lands, that's true. I think I'm going to side in 1 Nihil Spellbomb, actually, to shut off their snaps, but is that crazy? Other card I could potentially do is Surgical, but I don't really love that. Try Astrolabe, Spellbomb, or Surgical. It's hard to play Ice Fang Collateral when I don't have any green mana in my deck. Bad Juju, kid. It's really... Well, I don't feel like splashing green. I just want to play Snows Ablaze. I could cast it off the Astrolabe, but I don't think that's a good idea. I guess I'll just put the Astrolabe back in. But you could make a case for Surgical. You could make a case for Spellbomb. Oh, you would keep Bolt? Too late, I guess, but... Oh, this is a cube. I'm gonna fetch for Snow Island and play Astrolabe. Yeah, the MH pre-release, my friends and I coined the term Snows Ablaze, obviously because Gates Ablaze is a card in Ravnica Allegiance. They shuffled off their portent, so that's a good sign for me. Oh, that's a good draw too. Alright, so now that I drew that, I think I actually am just going to play a land and say go. I don't think there's any reason to play something to a potential counterspell and then have them untap and play Mentor. I think I can afford to be patient. They also shuffled on their portent. Yeah, Nicholas, I think maybe leaving in one I'm going to play Brainstorm. If they counterspell it, I'm fine with that. If they fluster it, I'm also okay with that. Well, that's a lot of lands, so I'm going to put 2 of them back and fetch on upkeep. GG's. Tom, my deck has no main deck edict in the previous version, so I was actually pretty soft to just shoving at any point. Now what do I do? I guess I can just play a land and say go. No, I like this card before him, I think, Tom. That's gonna be good. All my cards are essentially good. Honor, I played the Grixis War deck. Have you? I think it's freaking great, I think. So I'm gonna initiate. Thoughtseize is a good card to initiate with. I see. Wonder what I take. You probably could, Nicholas. God, you sound like Ben White's right now. Ben White's loved Herald of Anguish as well. Kind of feel like I should just take Plow. I don't really care about the other cards and just try to kill them with creatures. So I'll do that. Should we? Nah. I don't want to give them a good exchange for mana on Ponder. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it. You can veto that if you want. I think this is actually a shuffle. A land would be so much better. Yeah, I know. That's why I fetched 3 basics so far. I also think their deck is probably straight blue-white with 1 Tundra. Maybe the Reb is too good to give up. Alright, I guess I'll keep Reb. Yeah, I'm gonna do that, I think. If they surgical my Brainstorms, I don't even really care. Your hand is that. If I Reb it, what happens? A Reb, they probably fluster. Guess I'll... It's kind of awkward. I guess I'll just let them have it and block with my Strix next turn. Another thing I could do at their end step is just K-command the snap, make them discard, which I think is reasonable. Hell? Alright, I guess now I'll snap Brainstorm. Basically get a free shuffle off of this too, which is pretty nice. Alright, this is fine. So their hand is Fluster, Veto. I'm A-okay with this. I don't think, like... I don't actually really understand what's going on there, but... Yeah, I mean, they, like... I traded Snap for a Fluster, essentially, and they're circling my Ponders, and I don't really care. My hand's like 1,000 cards. Even if, like, the worst case scenario, I think, is if they play Mentor, but I can just force pitch probably Jace, force them to counter that, then untap and probably K command with Rev up. I guess we'll see what they do, but that if you're saying Miracle sucks, it probably does. I don't believe that they drew a third Fluster. Is this even good enough? They can only Miracle for 2 because they know I have Force. Also, do they... Oh, they do have a second Tundra. Okay. Wasn't sure if they did. I'm going to just Jace bounce and leave back. Now they can veto. That sucks. So I can actually initiate with Snap Thoughtseize. I Snap Thoughtseize. They'll Fluster. This is a new league with Ski Hugues. I went 3-2 in the earlier one. I lost to Depths and 4-color Delver. Or Bug Depths, to be precise. How do I... So maybe the actual best play is just block on my turn, block on their turn, and then just K command, make them discard and pick up the Strix. They probably have to counter that. What does Narsetting really do? I guess it forces them to use the veto. Right. I guess that's actually reasonable. I cited in all my Thoughtseizes, right? So I have 2 more left to draw to. Nice. Looks like they're vetoing. And then I'll just slam Astrolabe. Hope they don't draw a Jace. I don't really think they should have vetoed that, actually, but whatever. I'm just going to grind the value. Because this empties their hand, I go to 6. But then they'll have no hand. Oh, they did draw another Fluster. Okay. Whatevs. I'm so far ahead because next turn I'll get to slam Jace pretty safely. Like, I have 6 cards in my hand. If I get to deploy all of them, they lose, so... Absolutely not. Okay, go. We've cleaned up the mess. Nice. That's actually really good for me. Well, not really good, but... I'll just Fate Seal them. We can have that one. Now I'll just put them in the graveyard. Nice. So I can... Let's see. I guess the hymn is not going to be great. Force, pitch, force. If I do during their draw step, they'll probably counterspell. I shouldn't have tapped that. And then I get the card anyways from their hand. A little bit unfortunate, but probably fine for me to force it. Alright, 1-0 in the new league, playing Snow Grixis versus Miracles. Up to 4-2 on the night. I do strongly believe in this package, actually. It feels pretty good. I don't know how to put it. It does feel good. I think Dead of Winter is good, and having all the basics has felt great, so... Other people can't punk you out with Wasteland or B2B that easily based on deck construction, which is also pretty nice. Against DN Solver. Well, not gonna mulligan. This is like pretty good versus most decks. Probably going to go Badlands go. Yeah, it's possible you can just play Dead of Winter without the Astrolabe rebase. I'm not sure about that, to be fair, but it is nice that you don't really have to worry about your mana base whatsoever once you put Astrolabe into play, because you can basically cast whatever the hell you want. Where sometimes you might have to do the thing where you have to decide whether to get basics or non-basics. Because you are a deck that has UU, BB, 1BR as sucks, but whatever. Probably gonna hymn them on my turn. guess they might take the hymn and leave me with the triumph, actually. But that looks like depths. Wasn't sure if that was going to happen or not, but that screams depths pretty loudly to me. Alright, someone's crying in crop. I mean, got pieces of cardboard out of my opponent. Probably have to take Narset here. Alright, good night, Nicholas. Thanks for hanging out. Brutal. Alright. That's kind of annoying. Alright. Good beats, I guess. I guess that was one punishment for not cracking one of them for at least a blue source. But whatever. Right. I'm gonna say go. To have Lage this turn, that's fine because I have Snap Edict. It's fine. Leaving up Snap Edict forces them to find another creature, so they'll probably make another Trop. Right. This probably gets depths. The reason was I was playing around crop rotation for the combo Oinkster the Pig, but now I can pursue different line. So I'm going to lead with Thoughtseize. Damn, they had the step in hand. That was punishment for this line of play. Perhaps they won't go for it still. Even though I think they should, and they probably will. Okay, nice. They didn't do it. This is a weird game. Just gonna discard Narset, I think. I think I'm gonna get another Depths. It's pretty clever. Alright. Well, now my play is forced, unfortunately. I have to hope. Damn. Alright. We missed our 50%er, but that's okay. Kind of sucked actually, but I'm not sure. Not drawing the land forever kind of sucked. And the other thing that sort of screwed me that I could have done differently was crack my first fetch to get a blue source when I cast him. It cost me a little bit, but that's okay. Pretty good hand. I think I'm actually going to lead on Thoughtseize. It does delay my Brainstorm for a bit, but I think that's okay. Especially if they mulligan, I will probably definitely lead on Thoughtseize then. Probably definitely. I'm still going to lead on Thoughtseize. I think it's just... take that one. I think it's legitimately pretty good as of right now. Like, people told me it was bad, but I can't think. Well, what's the best way of putting it? After having played a bunch of games with it, I'm convinced the Snow engine is actually good. I think taking Brainstorm is also correct. One downside to playing all basics. I think the Depths matchup is probably a little bit soft as constructed, but you can probably fix that. How do I want to do this? Mins Humo, thank you for hanging out. What do I want to pursue actually this turn? Guess I just want to double him my opponent actually. It seems oh, those are nice emotes. Just gonna ignore the K command in my hand. So the last card is Depths. Don't draw Stage or Hex Mage. Alright, so I'm gonna fetch upkeep for probably for Island, I guess, now. That's an okay one, actually. Guess I'll snap Brainstorm at their end step. It also hides the Triumph potentially from a discard spell, depending on what they do. Best Silver Gill Adept ever. That's pretty good too. Thanks, man. Alright, I guess I have to edict that, so I will. Guess I could just hymn them and leave the B2B on top. Seems like the best outcome. Could also just not draw the B2B if I want to. I think I'm not going to draw the B2B actually. It's pretty good too. Alright. Will I just beat them to death with this Snapcaster Mage, or do they have Dryad Arbor in their deck? Those are good. I think I'm going to just snap K command end step, deal them 2, pick up my Strix. Alright, game 3 versus Bug Depths. That was kind of a weird one. I don't think I'd change anything, really. Just leave it alone. So we're on game 3 versus Depths. I believe I'm 1-0 this week. I am. This is a keep. It's not like the most insane hand, but I'm definitely not mulliganing it. Went to London 6, which means you draw 7, put 1 on the bottom. This is also not the best looking back to basics you've ever seen, given the opening hand, but there's only 4 dual lands in my deck. I've drawn 3 of them. I have CC, Badlands, Volk. So obviously it looks awkward, but I only have 4 dual lands, so... They took the force. Interesting. I think that means something. Well, Ponder's an okay draw. Hope they don't have Depths Hex Mage. If they do, that's a good beat. I'm just gonna start jamming hymns down their throat. Yes, got the stage! Hope they don't have another stage. That was really lucky, actually, I think. The problem with jamming B2B here is that it kills one of my lands, and their combo doesn't even need... Like, the problem is this doesn't actually shut it off, right? Blood Moon would actually be superior here, but... Okay, nice. I can hymn the other stage, which is obviously... What happens if I play the B2B here? Nah, that's just... I should hymn. That... Mostly, I think the best reason to hymn is that it doesn't allow them to like triple runner mana sources in a row to kill me. Should have actually tapped the swamp. Always tap the swamp with Urborg out. This is going okay. Alright, so I have a lot of time to find something good. That's a good start, I think. I think those are all good enough. So my top card's a land, but I was able to use the Astrolabe to filter into blue to draw, which is kind of nice if you think about it. Just get a snow island. Good insurance. I think that probably comes close to locking it up, actually. Still don't really want to play this. I would rather keep it to pitch to force, which is kind of nuts if you think about it. Might just hold on to the command to do something with it. To pitch it to or sorry, to wait until a Strix size. What's up, Teddy? Hope you're having a good one. Okay, maybe I'll cast that one then. Kind of feels like it's not even good, really. But I guess I will cast it and see what they do. Might just eat a decay or something like that, which is fine. Guess it sort of limits their options. Like I have 3 basics, they have 0. It does stop them from the gradual tick down, but I'm not convinced I actually care about that whatsoever. I think the Force plus Back to Basics is worse than both of these cards in my hand, so that's why I did that. Just so you go. Now I'll fire it off. That's good. So I can hymn them. That's a very kind compliment. The bolt's actually not great, I think. Here's the K command. Guess I could go like that. Have not yet. Do you have good things to say about it? I think this is the right line. This also lets me play Jace this turn. Good. Oh no, I can still play Jace. And I'm going to. Nice. I'll hide the Triumph on top. I think they're mostly dead. I did triple Stone Ring myself, but I think it's worth getting Jason to play off a triple Lotus Petal, essentially. Yeah, I was talking to Ruben about that last weekend because he works for Riot. And I think he playtested TFT some. Right, nice. A win! beat Bug Depths in 3. Revenge, Tom? Revenge? I still don't think the matchup is great, really. So I'm up to 5-2 with the deck so far. I remember Dota back from like 2004, and it was really, really, really fun back then, but now I just do not have the patience for those games anymore, unfortunately. The games are essentially the same. I know, it's like a turn-based draft a team game, right? And you don't actually have to do anything except draft things. I understand. I don't know. A bomb diggity. Probably elves. If this is elves, this is a hand I keep. It's not elves. Well, this hand's still fine versus most things, actually. I played the wrong land again, actually. If I drew him to Tourach, I should have played C first. It's pretty bad. As it is, I think... The cantrip's sort of enticing. I'll have to take a bad draw, but I think that's fine. Underworld's having a mobile client is a huge sign. Whoa. I guess... Yeah, that would be cool. Huh. That's not a land you typically see in... in elves is... Shoot! What the hell is wrong with me? I was supposed to get Badlands. Or Snow-Covered Swamp. Oh, I couldn't get Snow-Covered Swamp. Okay, whatever. That was stupid, though. What the hell am I doing? Alright. Well, those are pretty good. I think there's also a hedge that they could be Grixis as well. So... Stu, right. You showed up just in time to watch me make some blunders, yes. How? Oh, okay. Alright, I'm gonna attempt to kill your one land. Really was hoping there were elves because this card would have been like insane. Instead they're gonna take that and would be less insane. Looks like stock Grixis control. Alright, let's say go. I think Ran 6 is a good card in Legacy, that's for sure. I'm going to Stone Rain myself once to cast a Ponder. They can kill my creature, I don't really care. Running $60, that's a nice name for the card. Well, those are basic lands, so those are good. It's debatable if I want the other one. I think I do, especially if they're going to go slow like this. I'm gonna return Snap and Step and then make them discard. Probably have a bunch of uncastables. Yeah, that would be my expectation. Him goes on the bottom, I'll draw Snap, then I'll play Jace, and then the game will probably end. The back to basics was actually really debilitating for them. I thought it might be, because for stock Grixis, my mana base is just so much more resilient than theirs is. That can go. Can go on top. I'm probably going to redraw the hymn and then crack Vista. Oh. I see. They got my swamp from him. Well, easy enough to solve. Think they're dead. I mean, I basically won the game with back to basics, which is cool. Gonna take this out, this out. These are not great either. Basically, I think removal is pretty bad in the matchup. Anything that generates a 2-for-1 is good. And Nihil Spellbomb is actually sort of defensible. I think I'm also going to take out the Thoughtseize and just Spellbomb their graveyard. Could shave like one force too. Actually, I might shave forces completely now that I think about it. There's a lot of hymns floating about and shit like that, so I think I'm going to just do this actually. Kind of nice to have, like, they have to respect B2B. Right, this is a good hand. My hand's pretty good. Like, I mean, I'm going to lead on Thoughtseize on turn 1, and then Brainstorm on turn 2, probably looking for a land. Still Thoughtseize. Alright. Narset, Ponder, Pyroblast. Guess I just take Narset. They have a lot of lands in their hand, but that's fine. They draw Strix. Oh, it's clear to me that Narset is the best card in their hand. They have 2 blasts and a cantrip, so what else am I going to do? Oh, that's not good. Alright, well. Land. Fuck! Why? Damn. They hymned my land. It's so infuriating. But And now they're going to Pyroblast my cantrip when I play one, so... Or not. Do I have Sinkhole in my deck? I don't. Just have no bolts, so I might lose to that. I think I'm actually pretty cold to that period based on deck construction, but that's okay. Guess... I think I have to shuffle this one. Like, drawing two of those is not going to do much. Well, I guess... What does the hymn do? I'm just going to die to Liliana if I make that line, right? I guess maybe I need to do that anyways, but... That hymn was brutal. I think the hymn sort of helped decide the game. I actually do have a really shitty plan, but it is shit. Okay, they have Spell Pierce. That's good to know about. I'll try to play around it, but I couldn't play around it there. That's at 7, so I basically need something not this turn, but probably the turn after. I need to cycle mine, mostly because I need to get something going. Don't think playing the Narset and getting it blasted is a very good use of my time or resources, so I'm not going to do that. We can go to the next one. Pretty dead here. Nope. Not gonna change anything, I think. I'm satisfied. I just want to hymn them. I have 4 hymns. So I can, like, potentially just double him by turn 3, which would be pretty nice. Damn, I really hate mulling these matchups. I guess I'll Maniacal Keep. This is, like, definitely borderline, but... That was really good. Really cannot afford to get that counterspelled. Well, is there some justice, Stu? I drew 3 lands off the Brainstorm. Joke's on you! Joke's on you! I got no spells! Yeah, you thought my hand was good, dummy. Can't spell pierce that one. Guess. You can keep that one. I think it's okay. Want to play around of bolts too. Damn. Alright, that is the punishment for my play, so... Maybe I wasn't supposed to play around bolt. Oh, my mountain got hymned, too. I was gonna fetch mountain. That sucks. Whatever. I think I could have played this game better, but also shit happened. I don't know, I guess the way my deck is configured, this card is really hard to beat, so maybe I should play a Sinkhole or two for this card. Sinkhole or Rampage. Kind of like Sinkhole because like it's just a cheap instant speed answer to shit. I don't think I have any outs now. Looks like I'm about to lose. No, I was talking about Magmatic Sinkhole, which is a card I think is pretty good. Punted that one, lost in 3, I think, but also my deck is soft to Liliana the last tip, I guess. I don't think I need to blow up lands in my deck. Yo. Alright. My 30-minute reminder about how I'm still fundraising for American Cancer Society. Twitch Prime subs, donations, and bits this month go towards it. Kind of really want to hit the goal by tonight, but if it doesn't happen, still appreciate everyone who contributed or supported the stream in the meantime. Sometimes it'll happen and sometimes it won't. So yeah, a sinkhole would be good, I think. Oh, this is pretty good. Gonna lead on swamp. I should always be leading on swamp if I have the option because of him. I have so many hymns in my deck that... Interesting. I guess now really do need to get Underground Sea. That's okay. Alright, so they're Moon Stompy. It appears. Can fetch Island with this, which is nice. Obviously don't want to fetch red sources because if I get mooned again, I'm likely to draw a red source. It sucks. Probably gonna lose to that. I guess depends on what they do here. What's up, Vlog T1? Yeah, snap beats. They shouldn't get the lattice right there, I think, but whatever. Just gonna play it. So I guess I can draw a bolt. Karn is deceptively powerful. Well, this can go. Feel free to lattice me if you would like. What's up, Bara? We're playing some snow-based Grixis control. I have Dead of Winter in my deck. I don't really think I can. This is confusing as hell. They played a land. What does this mean? Does it just mean my opponent doesn't really understand? I'm just gonna kill their Karn and then play Jace, probably. Oh, I know what it means. They're gonna plus on their lattice. They're gonna plus on their lattice. So what I actually have to do is I need to float mana. Yeah, I need to float mana. plus on that, then I play the snap. And I kill that, and then I bounce the lattice to their hand. Well, no, Stu, now if I draw a K command, I actually would rather just cast it. I'm going to play Jace on my turn, so I think my mana problems will not exist. But I understand your worry. Oh, shoot, that's bad. Actually, well, I guess I need to draw land anyways, but I thought they would plus in their lattice. I guess it just doesn't make sense. I could have cast Brainstorm. Yeah, no. This is... I goofed it, I think. I could. Interesting. What happens if I B2B my opponent? Do they lose to that? Okay, I should have read this card more carefully. I should have brainstormed. Should I B2B to shut off 2 Ancient Tombs? Or should I just play Strix? I'll B2B. I think it's close, but I don't know for sure. I don't auto-lose to Karn, right? Oh, I guess it's not great for me, but... barely care now. Isn't this like a non-bow? Oh, yeah. So, okay, playing around a second Karn was correct then. Weird game. Ambush Viper was good. You can just tap your lands for any... Like, Gladys says you can spend mana as though it was any color, right? So Blood Moon doesn't actually do anything? Backseat magic is easy. Right. Land for Jace. Nice. Land for Jace. Yeah, they were probably supposed to shatter my lands. I'm gonna start plussing Jace on them, I think. Dead of Winter and Arcum's Astrolabe. Mike. This was mostly a hypothetical deck I built in my head. Yeah, I'll go to the bottom. Because that card's not very good. Soft Juret. Like, there's so many problems with that card. I think that... So... Okay, Mike, I'll show you the deck real quick while I figure out what I want to do. Hydroblast seems good. Edicts are okay. Dead of Winter, I think, is better than Toxic Deluge. I don't know why they skipped. It's all really weird to me. I don't believe Pulse of Marasa is a late legacy staple unless your name is Chase Hansen. Fatal Push is bad. Thoughtseize is okay. Prismatic Vista is basically a snow duel in a lot of ways, but yeah. I think Dead of Winter is actually really strong. Because one thing that can happen, especially in the Grixis shell, is that your life total is often relevant. So, do I want this or some? If I get 2 Snowlands out, it kills almost everything in their deck. So maybe. Also, an Astrolabe contributes to that. But maybe it's just unreliable. No, Blood Moon does not override Snow. I think I might cut 2 Baleful Strix in this matchup. Strike Me is not very good. And configure like this. Because this lets me catch up for Rabble Master. Yes, I want it to be waste and Blood Moon proof. Once you add a 4th color, your mana base looks a lot different, but there are versions of that deck, obviously, that are configured like that. I play back to basics, essentially. You have to decide. I'm going to keep. Softed Chalice on 1. If it's just a Blood Moon, right, that's fine. I can Hydroblast that if I want to. What's a fun question? I would not recommend that, but I'm also not the boss of you. I don't have Gromag Angler in my deck. Kajar 1088. It's kind of close, actually. All right. I actually think it's close. How is Pulse of Marasa good here? I don't really understand. It's really bad. Alright, I might be able to recover fast enough because of the Astrolabe, but it's still going to be close. Actually, I guess I just forced that. Never mind. This is fine. Force Pitch Strix. I mean, Force Pitch Strix, play Astrolabe and Thoughtseize them. And that's a pretty good exchange for me. Yeah, it was. I forgot halfway in between why I did that. Seeker. That was the intention to begin with, I just didn't say it. No, probably not. Alright, what's your last card? Alright, that one can leave. Do not want you to have that one. Pretty nice that Astrolabe is actually really good here. Guess I'll see what this gives. Guess that removal spell is better than the average card. Note, I can K command, make them discard. Then crack a fetch during my upkeep. This only really sucks if they draw another 4-drop. Their last card was Chrome Mox. Alright. If they draw like a Chandra or something here. Alright, nice. We're 3-1. So far, 3-2, 3-1, so we're 6-3 so far. One match to go. Then I think I'm going to play some Mono Red Painter. Yeah, about this Magus of the Moon card. It's a lot less safe than Blood Moon versus me. Bug Depths, Negator. Kind of sacked out in game 3. I think they mold and then like I just kind of like discard spelled them a few times. And they didn't. I don't know. It was a weird game. I know, I said that. I guess you had to leave for a bit, but Wild Island appears. Alright, so we're at 1585 out of 2000. Hope we get some donations before the stream ends tonight. This is basically my last night. Seeker, whose side are you on? Opponent's going to 5 and I have 2 forces? That's probably good for me. Yeah, Seeker, thank you for the 1 bit. Although it doesn't count towards that little thing on the bottom, but... No, last night for fundraising for a while. Alright, the land's good, and Brainstorm's probably also good, so... Don't know if the Fatal Push will be good yet, but I can draw it off Brainstorm if I want to. Yo, Young PZ420, thanks for the follow. They are, well, no, so they are factored, they will be factored into the total I will manually donate, and as well as that total is, but that little bar at the bottom does not get factored in, no. I just set a goal that I thought was maybe a little bit high, but was also potentially doable, if that makes sense. Alright, looks like Fatal Push is going to be good versus my opponent, so I'm just going to play Lancey go. FF5. Is that the You Spoony Bard one, Seeker? I can't remember at the moment. I think it is. That's 4. Remind me what happens in 5. Is that the one with Rydia? Rydia's also in 4. Fight an evil tree? Why don't I remember this game? It's really weird. In any case, I think I'm gonna force pitch Strix. I actually literally do not remember this game right now, which is kind of weird. I'm gonna snap Ponder. Really just want to find Jace or something next turn. I guess a snap is good enough, probably. So I know my top card is a Prismatic Vista. I don't really want to Brainstorm into that one, so I won't. So I might just end up snap pushing the other knight next turn. Well, we'll see what happens.
In honor of your Pyroblast research.
Prior Elo research. Thanks for the redonation. I know you donated before it as well, Tom. Definitely appreciated. Ooh, that's nice. Okay. Just gonna bounce the knight and leave the Dryad Arbor untapped. No, it's not really like that, Seeker, but whatevs. Block. 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 Jace is a really good card. Forgotten this somehow. I don't know how I forgot it. Alright, it's fine. These are all good. Don't think we'll have time for the hymn, but all the other cards are basically good. So I can fetch. Funny, the Dead of Winter actually does kill that. I think I might just keep those. anyways. Cracked to fetch this turn, right? We did. Probably should have drawn the Strix first, actually, to hold it to pitch to force. Just thought about that, unfortunately. That's fine. Can just bounce it. Now I can just put them in the traumatic vision zone. I do like this deck. I think it's pretty good. Yeah. Traumatic Vision's #1. Basic land cycling would help with my basic snow cover theme. It would. It would at that. Probably don't even really want to show them back to basics because it might railroad them. Although, I guess might just win the game on the spot as well. So I guess I'm supposed to. Do this first. Grixis back to basics snow. What a deck. Sure. That one's fine. Chalice on one. That's also fine. Alright, so they're 4 COM, so B2B actually is pretty good. Dead of Winter might be good versus them. Gonna leave in the forces for Planeswalkers and Chalice. That was my one of Fatal Push that could kill a big creature. That's pretty insane. Arcum's Astrolabe is good, I think. Bolt is good versus Confidant, but not much else. But I guess I have to keep it. Yeah, the major reason is you can crack fetch lands with B2B out. Good with your Brainstorms and Jaces. That's like an old reason, and I still think it applies pretty much, in my opinion. I don't think Strix is incredible versus them, actually. So I'll shave. Good enough. We're gone to 6. We're in game 2 versus 4 Loam, or what appears to be 4 Loam. I will ponder on 1. for equip. They're 4-color loam, Minya friend. Like, the cards they showed us were Knight of the Reliquary, Scrubland, Grove of the Burn Willows, Mox Diamond. So I'm not... I guess I really don't know what you're talking about. Play a Confidant, it'll resolve and I'll untap and so I have a K command underneath this, so that's fine. That's not Maverick. Also, we saw Chalice in game 1, which is a dead giveaway. It's not Maverick as well. My card underneath this is Ponder. I don't really need that. I'll just hymn them off Badlands. Alright, I got their Wasteland, which is pretty nice. Well, that one I don't want to have happen to me. Hope they have a knight in their hand. Yeah! I got him! Alright, so we went 3, 2, 4, 1. That's pretty nice. I really do like this deck. Alright. I'm going to actually, first off, return this deck, and then I'm going to try a league with Mono Red Painter, because I think that deck is sort of sweet, but I think this deck is also sweet, so... Look, Stu, one thing, the roll-up of friendly and competitive... Well, I guess Legacy didn't have a friendly / versus competitive. But there's a lot more casual players now, I think, in the league. In any case, I'm going to switch the deck list to the Painter deck that Caleb streamed. I'm going to try to learn it. Haven't really played that sort of deck before, but... can someone check that the deck list updated on Cardboard Live? I was referring to Stu, right? But what's up, Stu Summers? Hope you're doing well as well. Right. Red Painter.